How's it going, gamers? All right, so today I think is trial day, right? We didn't even have any evidence. We didn't even have like a full row of evidence. So I don't know. We're probably gonna get a lot. I think like this game presents or gives you like a lot of evidence throughout the trial as you're progressing. I feel like I was a little harsh on it earlier with like how you just don't have enough evidence investigating because like they've cut down on the investigation sections, but I feel like they solved the issues with all the investigation sections I had during the 3DS games with Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. So I don't think it was entirely very necessary to even like cut down on the investigations. Like it didn't feel as problematic as it did before, where a lot of it felt obtuse. No, not even then, because like I think a lot of the investigations in this game felt a lot more obtuse compared to the last game because of what they did with progression being gated behind, very specifically looking at certain pictures or like reviewing the evidence. Like I think they put like more emphasis on the ability to like turn things around physically, like turning your vantage point to like to either solve the deduction thing or figure out more of the evidence. I don't know. We'll see how the trial goes. A lot of like how I feel about this game does hinge on this final case. Mm. So I'm hoping the resolution is good. Like I'm not expecting it to carry the game because I don't think like any resolution can be good enough to carry the entire first game. But I'm hoping it's at least interesting. I want to have something to take away from the game that I feel positively about because so far there's very, very few things in regards to that. I think Sasato's grown on me. I think like Sasato is I feel more well disposed towards Sasato than I did at the beginning when I first met her and during like those first few cases. Anyway, that's enough preamble. Let's just start playing. Let's start playing. My favorite sections. When I awoke the following morning, Sasato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Huh, ominous. It can't be that bad. It's a trial day. These are the best parts. Never mind, it already sucks. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, or in the fancy dress. Sasato, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Sasato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Oh, right, and like also Sasato met with Sholmes, right? Like at the hospital, he seemed fine, and then like they're like, "Oh yes, it was a pleasure working with you," and likewise, and then she just dipped. Forget about me if you like. Go see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Sasato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, you brought Wagahai. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Okay, I like the ear wiggle. Iris, what are you doing here? Oh, what do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? And he's gone. Ah, Waggy. A great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose. Let him have a nose around. What arm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo, Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the... always say the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives way people to personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. So you want bad news first? A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? Okay. I couldn't give a monkeys, really. I am actually agreeing with Gina. The game just loves wasting our time. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? Yeah, I saw it before. It's right there. How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? I mean, we don't know what the other two people were doing in there. I'm sure they're going to explain it during the trial because they're going to be the witnesses and their explanation is going to be complete fucking horseshit. So, I'm excited. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How's that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Dude, between, like, the fucking Sasato takedown and, like, a rocket launcher, I'll take this. Thank you, Iris. And Iris is also just way better than Sasato. She's 5 out as fuck. Oh my god. This is, like, actually only upsides. Sato was growing on me, but she's no Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? I mean, yeah, he looked fine. Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. I mean, he didn't. Oh, right. No Sasato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, thank fucking God, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time that... Oh man, this is shaping up to be the best trial so far. Like, we don't have to deal with Herlock Sholmes, we don't have to deal with Sasato takedowns, and like Sasato herself, we have Iris as the assistant. Our defendant could be better than Gina, but like, I'll take the good. I'll accept it for what it is. It's great. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris, lead the way, Runo. Poor Gina. trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that... In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session. This court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. And I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zykes. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? When, Japan? I mean, soon. I'm flying out in about 2 days. So, very, very soon. I don't know. How's it going, dude? I'm hoping it'll be like... I'll be able to like get through this game somewhat, and I'll be like able to record while I'm in Japan for like the video itself. But I think while I'm in Japan, a lot of what I'm going to be doing is like IRL streaming and like live streaming. So I don't know. I don't know like how often I can be on this, because I don't know how much, like what areas in Japan I can like safely show on Twitch. Even like counting like what I will be doing. I need to like read through like all of what's legal to like actually stream, because like something in the background, like I'll be like walking through and then like something in the background will be like on camera for a second and just like immediately get me banned. Getting famous? No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't think I want that fame. It was some 5 years ago, my lord. No, that I don't believe in the whole like all publicity's good publicity. Like we're not gonna pull a Somali, we're not gonna pull a Logan Paul. We're just gonna do the things I would do anyway, and I will try to make it entertaining. And like Japan just has like a lot of things that are very fun to just go and do and experience and stream. So there's definitely gonna be a lot of things that I can stream and show. Who's EDP? I don't think I know who that is. But Japan inherently is just like a very interesting place, so I'm not gonna be lacking in things to stream. Alright, now I need to know who EDP is. EDP. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. Really? Oh my god. Great. Thanks. I'm glad I know that now. I'm not gonna pull that up on stream. What? That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Alright, whatever, dude. Yep. They're just gonna do what they're gonna do. Yeah, I don't want that. Like, I would rather... I'd rather not get famous by going viral for, like, that. That sounds fucking terrible. Yes, and then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. And there are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led you to this erratic behavior. Yeah, I fucking keep killing all of the defendants. In what might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. I mean, like, with that one, I just, the things that caught me off guard are, how good is this to say? It was like a very big picture of his face that was just like plastered there. And then I saw the number. I saw the number and I saw his face and I was like, oh my god. I just like had a very clear image of that in my mind. I was like, oh, that's like, that's heinous. He's beautiful. Yeah, he's a gorgeous, lovely, wonderful lad, obviously. Surely. There are two types of people I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind it. Wait. How do I do like the Dracula voice again? In a pool of blood? No. What is a man but a miserable little pile of secrets? Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. I mean, you know what? It could be worse. It could be this age. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you, Magus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that? In the 18th century, he means Yuruno. I actually managed to work that out. Thank you, Iris. So here's like the funny thing. Here's like the scary part, Ardo. Like, I think Iris is unironically the best character in this game so far. Like, Iris is like genuinely like the best character in the game so far, and that is partially because she's a really good character, and also partially because every other character just kind of fucking sucks. Our boy here is pretty good. I do like Ryunosuke a fair bit. But, like, I don't like our baseline assistant. I don't like... Like, I don't really give a shit about Herlock Sholmes, honestly. Most of the cast we've met. Most of the defendants. Most of the victims. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about any of these. Danga 2.0. How dare you? Like, this... Like, Iris is no Hyoko. And Iris is definitely no Himiko. I just realized, like, Hyoko and Himiko are, like... They're literally a single letter apart, and they're, like, the worst characters. They're the worst characters. I should have realized that. I don't know why. I feel like that might be intentional. It's like the two tiny fucking lolly characters are, like... They have, like, most of the same letters in their name. It's just, like, one tiny change. And I just realized this talking about it. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyke's eyes. I could swim in them. He's just so... Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Does he just hate me because he's racist, or does he just hate everyone because he's racist? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes a return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Kyo was like Maki, fine until he wasn't. I mean, Maki was like Maki. She was fine until she wasn't. That you could apply that to almost every single character. Like, that's true for Maki as well. Yeah, that's like most characters, aside from like the robot was shit, and then he was good for a little bit, and then he was shit. Kaito and Himiko? Yeah, I think like I was a little too harsh on Kaito, but like Kaito's not a good character for sure. Like I feel like there's like maybe there's something wrong with me specifically because I think like a lot of people like those characters with they're just like really loud and brash and abrasive, but like they're actually fucking useless, but they have like the confidence because like Kamina from Gurren Lagann is like that too, right? But everyone loves Kamina. Yeah, so maybe there's like Arno, like no offense, but like saying that we both like them and like I have that common with you doesn't exactly put my mind at ease. Tenko had a little bit of redemption. I mean, not really. Like Tenko had a moment at the very end where she where you could like her because she's raising every single red flag you can possibly raise as an anime character before it turns out to be true and then she just dies. Like that was Tenko. Tenko didn't really have a character growth. Tenko was just no, I don't like Tenko. I think I disagree with that one. I think Kaito had like a brief moment where he was actually kind of useful. And Kaito was useful specifically because he was working with Kokichi. Like, Kokichi is so good as a character, he made Kaito a reasonable character by the end of it. By just kidnapping him and forcing him to not be shit for a few seconds. He giga yeah, and then Kaito was so bad, he, like, fucked it up anyway. He was just like, oh yeah, yeah, let's just fucking do it. Yeah, just the fucking goat, obviously. I don't know. It's past at this point. I think like there's been enough time away from the game to where like I can finally like sort of internalize and like say my thoughts. Oh, so I had an idea for the Danganronpa video, right? Um, I was gonna make a video and I couldn't decide if I wanted to like make one video or three separate videos because like if I make them into three separate videos, when I cover like the overarching structure of the game, all three games have like a very similar structure, so I can't even like um a lot of it will be like repeating. So I was thinking like making one video, but I wanted to go over like every single case individually. But I thought, hey, I can remember all of these from memory. So how do I make that interesting? And then it hit me. I will go through every single game, case by case, individually, from memory while absolutely fucking hammered. I'm gonna get sloshed and then try to recall every single micro detail across every single case in the entire series from memory. Because hey, if the writers weren't sober during that entire fucking game and its creation, neither should I. Yeah, I'm gonna down like fucking 4 shots and then like start from like game like case 1-1 and then go through every single case. And then every single time I get through one case, I take another shot. I'm gonna die. I need to see the like legality of like very specifically how intoxicated we're allowed to be. But I think that'd make for like a really good video. I could even title it something stupid like I recall and review every single Danganronpa case. While it's illegal for me to drive. Or like something along those lines. It's still like a little loose, and I want to like have like a video over like the structure and like how I feel about the game first, and then like have that recording, and then like edit that up a little bit, and then like just have that as like the synopsis for like the entire game. Because you can't really talk about the game at all without like just spoiling the entire thing. So I was like, okay, if I'm gonna spoil the entire thing anyway, that might as well be like the core of the content, and I like just do it in style. Just destroy myself. for this one video. Um, God. That sounds really fun. I need to figure out, like, exactly how and where and when I can do it. But, like, the idea itself is, like, very enticing. I don't know. Like, what do you think? I feel like it'd be pretty good. I feel like it'd be like a pretty solid video. Now, jurors, the 6 of you who have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in the trial. Yeah, okay, at random, bro. Surely in the last trial, the person in the jury seat was not found guilty of the murder. Surely not. Oh, you're back! You're a doctor this time! Oh, the maid's back. Aren't you like a serial killer? Aren't you like a mass murderer in Russia? Weren't you looking at the second case on the newspaper? What? Bro. How do you decide on the jurors? Because, like, you've been here. You're the best one here so far. I like you. You're new, though. So you're gonna be related to the trial, obviously. Are you, like, the brother? Because last time you weren't wearing, like, a doctor outfit. Why is Rasputin... Yeah, Rasputin is, like, a mass genocider from Russia, apparently. Like, he was on the news, he just showed up everywhere. He just fucking... Oh, he was, like, trying to start a revolution. He went on a mass murder spree in Russia before he escaped Russia and threatened to blow up, like, the Crystal Tower, which is, like... It's like the Eiffel Tower, but in London. Like, in this game world. I don't know if the Crystal Tower is, like, a real place. It could be, like, a canonical real place, and I just don't know. But, yeah, no, this guy's just here. He's just... Yo, yeah, I'm just a member of juror. I am just juror judge. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clear conscience. Clean conscience. How did I fuck that up? His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Oh god, put it away. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. Okay, so you're absolutely related to the crime. Right? Right? Like, wasn't... Like... Oh my god. God, I hate this so much. He looks dumb as a brick. Which one, dude? Do you have any idea how slightly that narrows it down? I don't understand it. I can't have it left in here. In there. It's not possible, but could I have... Oh, you went from typewriter to, like, sending messages in Morse? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Yeah, okay. Alright. What are you going to... Oh, look, the mouse, like, shakes his head when he's, like, shaking his head and, like, reading through. That's nice. Good day. Wait. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Just... Bro! No! Okay, this is what I mean, though. It's, how am I supposed to take this seriously when, like, the game fundamentally is like, yeah, the judicial system and the police are so inept, like, this mass murderer who was on the newspaper with his face wearing the exact same outfit and glasses threatened to blow up the Crystal Tower. We're gonna pick him as the juror, and then he opens his translation book and he's like, I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Like, yeah, okay. Rasputin likes bug movies? I mean, no. He's a rodent enjoyer. He's a fellow rat homie. He loves rats. And you know what? I can vibe with that. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors, almost all of them, in fact. Yeah, and the one we don't recognize is going to be very related to the crime. Really, funny coincidences like that do happen in every single trial, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. This is what's telling you that you're being duped? Oh my god. This is like an overarching thing with the game, and I keep harping on it, but the game keeps drawing attention to it, where it tells you that you're being duped. It tells you that it's like obfuscating information. But like there's no like subtlety they've had in like the past games in the series. The subtlety is about as subtle as a brick. This is like Danganronpa levels of subtlety for like how interesting or the intrigue is. Like the writing has devolved from like being grounded in like sort of like lawyer based Phoenix Wright to like just kind of being Danganronpa. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Okay. The victim, Mr. Pop Wendybank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents the photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. How near instant? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory, so he was shot from below. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, you might say. I mean, what was the entry point of the bullet? The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Can we flip him over and take a look? Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. This feels like I'm part of the Truman Show, man. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums of the East End. Oh well. It was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl is guilty as hell! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Okay. Zeke's looks cool to me. Zeke's has been fine. I think he's, like, better than some of the prosecutors. He's better than Nahyuta, for sure. Um, but Zeke's feels like the kind of cool that is like cool because he hasn't opened his mouth too much, but like a lot of the stuff around him is like really fucking dumb. I like his look. It's like the fucking it's literally just Dracula. The court would like to take the floor plan and the firearm into evidence. And there's the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes. At once, my lord. The gun? Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at the gun. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun at hand in his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. I mean, I feel like the only time he ever pointed that gun was towards himself anyway. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? Is there anything else? Like, notable? No, this is just part of that. Okay. It's 4 plans, it's just a picture. Okay. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Let us begin! Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th of April this year. What the fuck? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Okay, how dumb is this going to be? Names Nash Skulkin. Operation is baddie. Professional baddie. Professional baddie. Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't say anything. Name's Ringo Skulkin. My god. Occupations of same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. Is it supposed to be the Mario Brothers? Like, is that what it's supposed to be? It's even, like, in the mustache, kind of. Like, maybe? We're what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me for? Don't let me in with you lot. Cold, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's that older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we scoured every shady corner of the capital. Then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. Spit of him. So we decided, there and then, what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you. I can't, bro. Big bruv sulky. Come on, leave it, you two. Sulky Skulkin, and that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name is Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these 3? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents in the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. I mean, are we really not questioning whether or not they killed him? Like, not even as part of the testimony, just like immediately. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because Skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it. Oh, that was awful. Alright, I'm just gonna read it. Legal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. Once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back of the room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that. Nice and quiet. Okay. Did they? I guess, like, nothing was missing. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair at the stand. Yeah, I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose your testimony for the pack of lies it is. It's like, thank fucking God. Like, this is all bullshit. The front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say? What time of the night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? It was ajar in my face. Yeah, I'd say so, right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Scully, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. Did she now? That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. Oh, shit. Alright, let me go back to that. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Rinko? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whims of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find it. Doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back of the room. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Alright, well then, can we contradict this? How do I tell them that, like, there's already been several contradictions, but there's no, like, specific evidence to, like, the statements themselves? When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windybank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Japanese friend. It would seem is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Oh my god. Where do I even start with this? You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon, weren't it? It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to put me dukes out, me Lucy Lockets. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I feel like a lot of these references I would get, like, if I was from the UK and also from the 18th fucking century. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence, peace, love, and nibblers. We are not burglars. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy Lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? Um, and did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in that doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. As you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor that he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed, remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Did they only have one gun? Now then, my learned diplomatic friend. I mean, like, it's possible. I think guns are hard to come by there. You can't see the barrel. So, there's ammunition still loaded in five of this revolver, 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact. Isn't it? Yes. It happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through the Windy Bank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. I mean, can't you, like, individually replace the bullets? And, like, revolvers? So you can just, like, take out a second bullet if you shot a second bullet, and then, like, put one in. Now, my learned Dipani's friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. That's not how that works. But you also don't need evidence for a different reason. You're just fucking stupid, because they just admitted that they fired a scene. Like, they fired a gun at the scene of the crime. And then, like, if you didn't answer that, if you told them, then, like, they would have probably squealed, but okay. You could have pressured the witness. Now you can't pressure the witness anymore. Or the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense failed to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that you fired the gun before they left the Windy Banks that night. I mean, the dude you fired at is currently in the hospital, allegedly. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. I guess you can't prove that, like, that's the bullet from there. Mrs. unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker shop that night. Is it this? Found deceased, the last scheduled omnibus on the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay. But pertaining to this, It would have to be this, right? I want to say it's this. Do I need to, like, do it individually, or do I just, like, throw it out there? Okay. The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting to the not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. I mean, the police fucking suck. We've established this. You have a mass murderer as a juror who's literally like, yo, where's I need to grab train to Crystal Tower. What the fuck? Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. Actually, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I want to grab a snack and, like, cool off because it's getting a little hot as shit in here. So, BRB. 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Boy, I'm like really dragging this trial out, huh? It's only the game's dragged out. A little bit. A little bit. But yeah, I turned the AC on. Hopefully it's not like too loud and like it doesn't hit the audio too hard, but like it's hot as shit, man. I can't. But yeah, welcome back. Are you claiming to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. At once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? The one with the bullet. What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windybank's pawnbroker the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yeah, and like somehow the police officers just didn't present like a bullet as they were like. There was one officer that was just like staring at it like, This calendar is incorrect. It's not really the 16th of April anymore. That's just very strange. It's like really hard to see because this bullet that's like smashed into the wall, so I can't read it properly. I can't read the two very large numbers underneath the April. But yeah, I think that's the incorrect date. Well, the calendar isn't very relevant to this case, so let's just go and investigate somewhere else. By the way, this ponderance took about the entirety of my investigating time, so I just gave it to someone else. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybanks' calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. Are we really not going to talk about it? Are they really not going to bring up, like, oh, hey, one of these officers were staring directly at this for hours? The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. No. Oh, he's on a box and he's still there. What the fuck? Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes? If that is a direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Yeah, okay. Take it easy, governor. You're gonna land us in the soap. In the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zykes knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Yeah, no fucking shit. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zykes? They didn't use the gun to shoot them. The gun was used at a different place. One gun, one shot per gun. Even though they're both fucking revolvers, as has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. Ah. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. He looks so satisfied. It's just... These guys are such goobers. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. The crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by detectives by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Okay, so they were like both right behind us, which is why we can see it when we enter the shop from here and like look this. Okay, sure. We're the camera. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid to fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Lug loves a skulkin'. Witnesses, at what time did your trespass begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. It must have been, yeah. Just gone 1. In which, I don't know what the fuck that was. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord, really? Okay, this kind of changes things. Bro, what's she gonna say? She's like, oh yeah, I just like saw the gun at the table and just decided to pick it up. I hate you so much, Gina. Good lord, it's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door into his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Seen a short time before the murder took place. Yeah, I think they look identical. The lamp is still intact. I don't believe it. Ginny, in short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Wendybank. It's almost like she should have told us all of this. Ah. I say, my lord. Wonder if I put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywand, 1880, if you don't know. Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Just... Are you going to get to the point? Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. Can you get to the fucking point? The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Garadev Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Nope, it's about time. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. And that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't, but in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear, stop, no room for doubt, stop, truth now undeniable, stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on this matter. Announce your considered verdicts at the court.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Did you voice the Nosferatus in Bloodlines? And I say Nosferatu because did you voice all of them? It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat yet again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all the members of the jury ready? Abso-bally-lutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketian. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Did you perform surgery on Holmes? Mind bait up, stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow, stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced. Brothers are innocent. What? The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hands. The fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to the situation than that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor council. Proceed with the summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garrett, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Oh, does it have sound effects? Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? What the fuck are we doing? Are we trying to, like, coerce him? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrett house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rat's magazines in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Miss Sholmes, a maid? Yes. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed, they're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. It's a single photograph. What do you mean? Look at the photograph in stereo. Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. I mean, the gun was fired and it was in her hand, so... All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? It's almost like I'm doing it right now. Let's call it lucky guess. Never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. I've left it in. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You've talked about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I am a surgeon. A surgeon that totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Sure. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes. From the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Okay. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. That is, like, kind of insane to think about, realistically. We have electricity tubes and internet tubes at the bottom of the ocean. You're a well-informed young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was trying to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Oh, she's fucking very excited. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Arrow, wireless, telegraphy? Telegraphy? Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly little toys. Alright. Oh God, this is gonna be completely fucking pointless, isn't it? Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again, go on! I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? I mean, kind of, yeah. Absolutely, I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry, stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. I mean, she's not wrong, dude. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from the crime scene that you could view through the stereoscope, that could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. Yeah, like the other camera that was right next to it with the exact same perspective. I know where this is. Can we just get the picture already? Ooh. Absolutely.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. Oh shit. We weren't given that! Oh fuck. Shit. Was there something with the autopsy? I don't think so. Yeah, because there were 2 cameras. Like, we don't have the other picture. But apparently we're supposed to. Take this. Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno, what? We need 2 photographs for a stereoscope. Yeah, we know! You know, one for the left eye and one for the right eye. Oh my fucking god. Please. Oh yes, I remember now, but the prints we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find the clues in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. I just fucking... Tell him to give us the other picture. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ah, I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council?
Hold it!
I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys. Yeah, I know. Don't spare any feelings, will you? As long as there's anyone here who likes stereoscopes. So why exactly do you think the defendant is guilty? Quite simple. Oh. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the culprit. And just as radio waves dash through the skies faster than the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering to indecision. Alright, Rasputin. Please tell me you're not Villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Da, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me the revolutionary, murderer, and autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time is very painful, people do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Da, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks, for all the world, like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Oh my fucking god. If I can't change the minds of more than half these people... yeah. Yeah, so how do I get a second picture? Do we put these? Those two statements clearly contradict each other, do they? Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. I don't know if I'd call it a contradiction, but they definitely, like... I guess, yeah, those two statements are, like, disagreements from, like, the same jurors, but, like, it's not really pertinent to the case, but whatever. Oh my, my statement contradictory? Contradict, on C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ah, here is word, abdomen, part of person's body contains stomach and other vital organs. Vital organs? If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on jury again? The game, apparently. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but in truth is they shot the detective. Da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh boy, the rat, no! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is true. Well... According to the police reports, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! Stop squeezing your rat in public! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah! If you compare the print of the picture Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. tut tut, calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. Present evidence then, motherfucker! The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers enter the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of the events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. Okay, the lamp's broken. Did that change? No, it looks mostly the same. There's one picture here. The lamp is broken. I need to see them side by side. I don't want to go back and forth too much. Yeah, it looks the same. Like, at a cursory glance. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then, as far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print, aside from half of the lamp. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. No, there's like another camera, look at it. Good. No, not good. You were right, I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Yay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, might just turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Another print in the court record. In lake of lies, there are many that fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say, not guilty verdict. Yeah, it's a slightly different location. So I think this is already done. They went through all of it. But he hasn't actually said anything. Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. Not really. I mean, I guess I could try both of these. They're the same perspective, though. I guess it moves slightly from what it looks like.
Take that! Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and Winnie Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you defend the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all, not for seeing the scene three-dimensional anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered a secret. I have. Can you uncross your eye before telling me? This shit's really uncomfortable. Have a look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Oh my god. Oh, they are. It's like slightly shifted. Like, I can't tell from like the front, like the things out front, but like for the things in the back, like it's slightly shifted. Like, dude, I swear that just never works. Like, I can't do it. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people. No, the lamp and the different perspective. But like, you can tell, like, looking at these sections here, there's like some slight differences. Like, this plate is moved a little bit more to the right than this plate. You can see a bit more of this here than here. Picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Not really. I'm just not very good at this. That's the trouble. I'm just... Please stop making us fucking do this garbage. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope. I mentioned this yesterday, but if you've had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me staring at Mr. Windybank and Gina like I had... Wait, what? Like I hate them all that time. Yeah, I don't hate Windybank. To be able to see the effect with her... You know what? Give me fucking Sasato back. Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? There goes. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's that shit in the back that looks a little different. Now, let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that. Ah, what's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Yeah, it's because like those were shifted a little bit. Thank fucking God. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this? Black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of these things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find that, if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's that slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see the picture three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually, there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items in the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means it's something in the half-hour interval. Someone must have tampered with the things in the counter. Zookers! What? Someone tampered. New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Nash and Ringo? Oh, he is the older brother. They are a professional baddie by trade.
Take that!
Those of witnesses currently in the sand, the Salkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes means hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree, the accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. Wait, hang on a second. Was she wearing the coat? Oh, she was! Look at that! Okay. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Salkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize the testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. What the fuck was that? Yeah, surgeons, by the way. Like, I really want this to be the doctor that, like, operated on Sholmes. He actually did leave the scalpel in there. And then, like, it becomes irrelevant. I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Must purchase after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 to lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscopes, it's almost like they found a gimmick and we're like, oh, dude, let's just fucking, oh, God. Wait, so can we use it? You have to pop your 2 prints to start with, you see. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing is to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. So how do I use it? Okay. Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what buttons are for, Runo. You're just like Hurley, you boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Hit the pop your 2 prints and... yeah. I wanna... can I use it? Are you gonna let me use it, or is it just like something we have to present? It's just... No, I'm not allowed to use it? Go fuck myself? Okay, got it. Oh my god. I thought they gave us like another toy and like expanded on like, oh, you can turn things around and like take a look at it, but no, it's just like it is just more of the same. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least, and I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. It's a 3. I got a bit more time. Yeah, let's go a bit longer. Depending on how long this drags, I might make it to the next save point, but if not, we'll just chop it off at some point. But I can go a bit longer today for sure. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I also spent a lot of time doing random bullshit, so... I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God, blimey. Blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks. Actually, I will grab some nuts, so... Here be, one sec. I think I almost crushed my PS4, but let me see if this looks okay. Okay, we're good. Well, it was Bedlam soon. It was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. You're trying to pull me dukes on me, you know, Lucy Lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Core blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We've never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give your formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when he heard that gunshot, you see? Made his boat jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. Give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Get us next? So did you know a murder took place? Did you see the body while you were there? We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpered. I really like the term Scarpered. Straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? I mean, like, when someone was coming out, you could have. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop in the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah! Oh, sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make it sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks that night. There's more to the testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony. That's exactly what you've done, landed yourself in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Is that a term I don't know? Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash? Right. More like we tidied up the place. Sorry.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us, yeah. This bag of nerve needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up to that bang. Big, bruv, you. Screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled into marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales to the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
Is that right?
And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and all of a sudden, bam.
Excuse me.
Really? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to what Mr. Sulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claim you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, right, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishments to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose, if we're being honest, we heard a kind of waver in voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Ooh, that was a really good recreation. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. Honestly, yeah, that was really good. I could see it. And where were the voices coming from? Oh, a little awkward. Okay. I think I'm gonna, like, get through maybe this testimony, and then see if there's a good spot to end, and probably follow it there. But okay. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Can you ask them, was it a male voice or a female voice that asked for the gun? Because knowing this game is probably going to be like, oh yeah, Gina wanted the gun, but Gina already had the gun. Oh no! From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. The voice you heard, it was of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On me, Granny's life, of course it was. On his Granny's life, because it was. So that would mean... that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? This council, indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke and all the fancy clobbers giving us the lie? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. It's a good job his Granny's dead? Sure. But whatever, dude. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshots, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. They make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke who owned the place was holding the gun. I mean, we're gonna press everything, but I'm pretty sure this is, like, incorrect, right? You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? And two waving them guns at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Certainly sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. What? Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on a shop counter at all times. Wasn't that the... There's signs of a single discharge, yeah. So... What? People said that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily pull a plate in someone's head if required. That someone, being himself of course, could breathe extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. I heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. I love this one. Look how happy they are. They're just chuffed. Just look at his face. Or Everfin went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash tidying job tidying the place up. Love you, it didn't happen. Give me your fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Oh shit. I need to press that.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom then? Not on your life. Been deathly quiet after that. So can we like click on these? Like, can I click on here? Okay, good. After that it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Galt, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what's going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it at Scarberg, straight into... and then the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Jones. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nats, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when your lot turned up. Shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Your mind totally goes blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note, hey, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but... Oh wait, can I drag? Okay, I can. It wasn't important. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. Well, listen, that proves it done it, eh?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? And what? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when he went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, other than I should question these 2 witnesses, never even laid eyes on the proprietor for the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct. You got it, mister! Down to a T! Oh... So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true? I wonder. No, that's the full new testimony? Whisper, no, you look very fierce. Could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. I would love some. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. I think they've been feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. I mean, they just mentioned 2 fucking guns! What second gun? Hopefully these seem very logical at times. Sorry, people's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You take all of that in, and your brain will quietly analyze and come up with the feeling you've described. You've concluded that there is something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes, I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. You're not making this easier. So do I just present this?
Objection!
Okay. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, go. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes. No questions. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Attention.
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ah. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented, taken a suitable short time prior to the victim's death, your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. No, it's not. He's saying there's 2 guns. Yeah, that's right. 2 right, Nash. 2 right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. With cross-examination, counsel, and heed my warning, witnesses. A skulkin's never skulkin'. The fact that that's actually their name. Yeah. Mario and Luigi, the Skulkin brothers. So do I need to just present the gun?
Objection.
Nope, I'm just fucked, okay. Damning, you say. As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of reassertion. Okay, so what? Yeah, this is the same thing. It's the same thing. I don't see anything else though. Like, not for this gun. Examining pictures don't reveal anything new. Hmm. Um. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets have been leaked. They have the emails for a 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her pulse on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Oh, that did update it. Aha, whoops. For Splendor, how awful, Virginia, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud Pickpocket, Pocket's Planet post-trial. Protect Planet? Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Aw, it's like she looks up to her, like a big sister. Or, like, a little sister, I guess. A sister. You invited, sir. So we pressed everything, right?
Hold it.
I don't know what to present here, because, like, they're talking about two guns, but I presented the thing and they're like, oh, well, that doesn't fucking tell us anything about the time. And I'm like, is it the one where he's dead? That his hands are empty? Okay, we reported it. Single bullet wound in upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently... Entered the body from the back. Okay. Is it the fact that he was turned around? This is the other problem. It's like this one, there's just so many inconsistencies. I don't even know where to start.
Objection.
Alright, fine. But how did you witness this?
Objection.
Dude, there's just...
Hold it.
Alright, I'm gonna try presenting this to, like, both of those. This is the autopsy?
Objection.
Nope, that doesn't work. I think I already did present this.
Objection. Hold it.
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Yeah, this is all chill covered. Wait, what? No, that already contradicts something we pressed. No, it's not. This cross-examination fucking sucks.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
But these statements contradict each other.
Hold it! Hold it!
Yeah, I'm gonna like just press everything one more time, and then I'm gonna like just go back and try to present shit.
Hold it!
Really? Really? Saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no questions. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. Gordon Bennett. Gordon Bennett is an English language idiomatic phrase used to express surprise, contempt, outrage, disgust, or frustration. But why? It was something to do with the Gordon Bennett Cup. He was also an intrepid adventurer. What? Alright, you know what? Whatever. There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Like, it was actually a meme. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found at in the accused's hand. Yeah, that Maltooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moment you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? Yes. You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? He was shot through the heart, but in the back. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shot from shout of, "Give me the gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, and the autopsy report clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. Nyaga. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When we were shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these... They've said it before! Oh my god, game! Please! That on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, it wasn't contrary. They said it so many times. The Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Not only have they said it before, we also brought it up, and then like the prosecutor was like, "Oh yeah, they said that," and then just ignored it and continued the testimony. This isn't like some grand like got him moment. Oh my, please. Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, Okay. Yes. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what you'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But you'll have guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. So there was another person, and you're covering for them? On the night in question, it is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff, and Eve decided relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. Then he flew at us. Like he was possessed, I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged in through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. What the fuck? So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you tried to kill him. You in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, so sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor. This time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord, this is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Is it? I'm gonna save here.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance of the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's room? Storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What? That Maltoler? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cover. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. So they didn't see Ginny.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at that time? Was he ever? Blimey, lummy, a great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. Frontispiece. An illustration facing the title page of a book, or in architecture, the principal face of a building. What? How does that make sense? Alright, whatever. You definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor, but not the lamp? So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you, maybe you knocked those things off the counter. Well, Big Bruv here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself inside. There's something about that last remark, something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door, in which case... How did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hand again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant, I should make a mental note of it. But the point is, me bruv here... That's right, Nash, that's right, me and me bruv here... God, each of these, like, addendums are so long. So what was the statement?
Hold it!
So you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went in and shut himself in the back door, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of the trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan for the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. That's a small storeroom. It looked way larger when you walked in. Like, it looked... Yeah, it looked pretty big. I was gonna say it looked almost this size, but, like, no, it's pretty small. Counsel. You must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Take that!
As to the second question, it's the victim at the time.
Take that! Objection!
What your answers in fact show is that your own position is as absurd as those you have indicated on the plan. What are you saying? No, that's wrong! Saying counsel. The answers are clearly flawed. Oh boy. Shoot the victim, and where was the victim at the time? Well... Gina in the storeroom. Sure, give it a try. The defense would like to point out the locations again. Well, well, you appear to be a glutton for punishment. So now time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship.
Take that! Take that!
The couple shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. And Mr. Windybank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if he was fired horizontally, if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim that the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key on the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom door, immediately died. It was Gina!
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection.
That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? I mean, there were two people with guns outside. Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Genie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. It does, Phoenix. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously, before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably, only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell into the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. I mean, kind of, except not really. It doesn't really explain the gun. Because one of the guns was inside. Gina was holding it, and that was the gun fired to presumably kill him. So were there three guns? From what they're describing, like, Windybank had a gun, and then Gina had a gun. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict if not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zykes. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial Eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zykes. Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, hmm? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? It's just... Whatever. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'll just keep going. Counsel? Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago. These two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Sholmes, it means Windybank not shot by the same gun, stop, only one bullet, stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary tactic with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Gwarg. Order. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zykes. Stop fucking flinging bottles and glass all over the court. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary girl. Are you worried about a fire, my lord? No, we fully support fire hazards in this court. Have you seen this confetti with all this fire behind me? And the fireworks. They go so well with the confetti. It's amazing. Look at how pretty this is. Oh my god, my beard, it's on fire. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. What? No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past for criminal conduct. What? Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. I mean, does it? It kind of does, but like, what about the lamp? And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence that prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGillad's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded music box disc. The music box disc belonging to McGilded. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank. The accused attempted that was a series of like the dumbest things I've ever said. Holy shit. The accused attempted to make off with his article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Sykes, was that your voice? Inspector Gregson, what the fuck? Is that what he sounds like? Yes, Inspector. Just, that came out of nowhere. I thought that was this dude. Or Gina. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Sykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Or McGilded. We still have the bloodstain. Oh, Runo, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. There's a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Not that it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Runo. In a flash. Is it green? Wait, that color. So was that dude Sholmes? What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? I guess like it's supposed to be like blood types. Right? So this wasn't Holmes's blood, and this is... Huh. So like that dude came in and that dude is the one that's like coercing these two goobers to like testify without mentioning him, I guess. That's weird. Okay. The fucking JoJo character. The prosecution has established. I mean, like he dances, Holmes dances. They're both blonde. Can it be Holmes? Wait. I guess I never really considered it. Uh, I mean, not really, but the darkness could, like, the tone of the skin and the hair could be lighting. And the eyes. Hmm. Huh. Do these two have the same eyes? Like, kind of. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Oh, it's such a proper bow. Look at him go. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. That was not 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes. Sure, it was way longer than 5 minutes. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog until now, but truth be told, all of a sudden, the answer is badly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no, not again. I like this part though. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings on the defendant's culpability.
Guilty. Guilty.
She has a hot voice.
Guilty. Guilty.
Fucking a Nosferatu-esque voice. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. You are back. I guess he drank, you're drinking. This is a really good line. I really like this line. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. I mean, no, the writers just love this line. Trust me. This will be used over 100 years down the line. Or how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Oh, we didn't even have to ask for it. He's just like, yeah, fucking go for it. Guard Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay, so I guess press all of them first. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, A different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Go into retirement! The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. What the fuck? Oh my god. Maybe we can use them to, like, ascertain whether or not that bullet's from that gun. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. That's not fair, Iris. The prosecutor is being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Ooh, good line. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Thank you. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Oh, single slot this time. Yes, my lord. Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna save. I get one shot. Oh boy. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well, are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? Wow, I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces? Yes. The greatest military organization in the world? No. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly, tried to swipe that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly, given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing, I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of this, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGillet's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it more deeply. We did! It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. There was another bullet somewhere, of which we were unaware. I have to reconsider my position. Another bullet? A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Is that possible? The 3rd bullet.
Take that!
I don't suppose this would pass as the 3rd bullet. It passes a bullet for much as he passed a lawyer, my learned friend. Alright. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. I mean, if I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well... I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? So, if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Simple option. Did you operate on Holmes and there's a bullet still inside of him? Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. What do you mean? It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Hairlick? No, Hairlock? No, Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. What, you're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major operation, I can tell you. This is crazy. How every single person in the jury is related, therefore none of these are valid jurors. There is literally not a single person currently on the juror table that is a valid juror. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to say the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired, Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Why would you say that? Ha, who do you think I am, son? Oh well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound on the man's stomach, I flipped him over. There was no exit wound, like a pancake? Or are you saying you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left his body at all. Oh my god. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. No way. No way. What do you mean, you're in for a busy day? Forget to say stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer, stop. A communications officer? Does that something to do with the sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked out about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? It's a mystery. I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent, battle, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Da! Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Tongue. Tongue? English is very difficult language. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. No, he's the one that collects them. Anyway, I'm the one who knocks. If you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. It actually is just Boris. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear that in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Van Sykes has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Alright, let's try them. We have an expert right here. The definitely not mass murderer. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Scholz was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Scholz's body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Scholz was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. Bro, please. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are we not going to question the fact that his name is Villain? Are you able to explain the mystery? Yeah? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard, I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very dangerous. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in body, and no sign of, how you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wounds, just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here, Runo. Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Scholz is wearing? Well... The fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital as far as I can remember. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was a glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. I'm glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the Scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. No, it's kind of clean, actually. Other than summation examination, it would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow, I'm sure of it. Oh, did we actually press him? That sounds like the great detective was on death's door, but maybe his injuries won't be for nothing. The pouch could be a very okay. We should examine the pouch. No fucking way. Everyone missed this? Everyone missed this. Oh my god. He scorches badly here. Oh, the strap's broken. Look. Must be where the bullet hit then. Let's see. Okay, now we can see that we can see. Oh my god. What the iris, look. Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night. We found exactly what the juror was talking about, the 3rd bullet. It's time to press the juror again, I think. Thank God. Alright.
Hold it!
Alright, here we go. Let me show you then. This third bullet. Here is the third bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now in this courtroom. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out, it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Here it is, we discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? And you fucking missed... You actually didn't know? You actually didn't know? Oh my god. Oh boy. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then, it has been touched by no one else. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. I actually agree with you. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah, 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted to court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah, but that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah. Okay. Order. While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to stand at once. Witnesses. Governor. Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble, simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? Is it one of yours? Gore blimey, Gov. Gore blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets in the crime scene. Originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy. That's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense? Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. I think there was a secret accomplice. I think it was fucking... the egg. It's unironically the fucking egg. The goddamn JoJo character. It's fucking Zeppeli. On the night of Winnie Vank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Just fucking everyone had a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pixwill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, yet, in all that time, there has been not a murder of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. You just poured that! The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Ah. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... Oh, I'll just keep going. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would like you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim. What proof have you had there was a third murder intruder present? Fuck, is it the disc? So I don't know what it wants specifically. It's either the disc or the calendar, right? I mean, they're both in this. So this. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. I show that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Is it the green blood or is it this? I think it's this. This is the blood sample that proves it. You perplex me, counsel, by looking so pleased with yourself despite this quite displeasing answer. Oh shit. Thank you, counsels. I've seen enough. No you haven't. So, is it this again?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain. Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in story, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood and to change its color. Different elements of people's blood. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see. because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact.
Objection.
Whose identity? The court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? It's fucking...
Take that.
Eggs Cumberbatch. The man's name is Eggard Beggart. Eggard Benedict? Who on earth are we talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into their possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggs Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Brooker! Look at this dandy man. Yes. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say... He's so fabulous. Any music box disc too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Mr. Windybank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recording grubbiness. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. Gov. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. As the last piece of evidence, I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now.
Take that.
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks. Which is when the aforementioned Eggard Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's position, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Very well. Oh, you can see the rip here. That looks fucked up. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drunk blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed a bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty Fokker gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windybanks earlier in that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime at the same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense. Then Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of the law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world can turn the same color. Ah, well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes concocting a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. But how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? Father Christmas! And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yeah, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. It's almost like everyone else is a fucking moron. She's the only human here, whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, what you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Is a force to be reckoned with. She's the only... Oh my god. She's the only competent human being in this entire universe right now. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precis of that situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet reached its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Oh, really?
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, 4-2. Villain is actually on our side. Honestly, I support it. You call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such as the outcome of the summation. Like, yeah, he's supposed to, like, apparently starting a revolution and, like, trying to blow up London. But apparently, like, everyone here is shady as fuck.
Objection!
So maybe it's like, it actually is spirit of justice all over again. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. Too fucking bad. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with judgment of anyone's guilt. You missed an entire bullet in evidence you didn't even present. You just left it outside, you fucking idiot. You're a goddamn moron. What the fuck are you talking about? You're so stupid. I'm sorry, Lord Van Sykes, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. You fucking idiot. Bring Edgeworth back. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck is wrong with you? Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Beggert, is quite clearly false. Yeah, no shit. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Dude, I think I saw a mosquito and tried to grab it, but I don't know if I got it. I thought I did, but maybe not. Could I say something? Who was that? Please. Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? Say, madam. Oh, that's my son. If possible. Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Is it your husband or your son? Right, yes, this one you mean. Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say, you know this man? Yes, I know him. But no, good gracious. Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Look, your eyes are just like lighting up. She's so... a very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station right now. Stop. Tapping away at on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. Not really. I thought he was going to be rich, like loaded. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day. Whatever he gets up at night. I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. Not really. He sounds powerful because like the other dudes were like, no, we're going to get fucking destroyed by him. If the gentleman is at the London communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Sykes, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Holy shit, this is dragging on. To be continued. Alright. Honestly, it didn't take that long. It's just, it's just late, slash early, slash late. I'm just gonna save. Ooh. That was interesting. Alright. As you can see, it's 5 a.m. That's actually, like, accurate timing. So, I'm gonna call it there for tonight. And hopefully, I can stream tomorrow, but thank y'all for being here. And hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. Go walk around if you've been sitting here the entire time. My ass fucking hurts because my chair is not very comfortable right now. Yeah. Do what you gotta do.